琴日我自己玩咗啲 Bounty， 應該係打剩2個呢一刻。呢啲 S 級可以試下打打，睇下夠唔夠力。
How are we supposed to do our duty when the hills are crawling with a cache?
Paul said it was an army of a cache. What will happen to Mid and the others?
打 Bounty 跌啲紫色材料，可以 craft 啲勁嘅武器。睇下先。
我想火遠啲啊！
啊，依家可以 craft 呢啲啊！哇，真係好遠喎！268，散發王者威嚴的劍，與弗利斯傑亞傳說中某位英雄所使用的聖劍同名，是布羅提克因懷着希望此劍與傳說齊名的期許鍛造而成。但呢啲仲勁喎！鑽石劍265，即係其實呢啲我諗都係攞個樣啫。風之碎塊，我冇乜特別啊！呢啲我諗純粹係攞樣我估。石中劍可以試一試。
No scratches, all right?
因為呢啲仲勁，符文印290幾，我可以做一把。
That it? Fine.
睇咩樣嘅？
If it's knowledge you seek, we've tomes aplenty to guide you in your search.
Those tomes wouldn't happen to have letters in them, would they?
裝備石中劍。哦，咁樣嘅，即係佢又冇話特別有啲咩加成嗰啲紫色武器，即係純粹要個樣啫，係咪啊？
So will it be?
呢把仲勁喎，綠裝。屠龍者腰帶，強化劍，符文印啦！嗱，我試下整把符文印。
Not bad, if I do say so myself.
295啊！
My best work, but it'll do. Anything else?
我諗係攞，我諗係攞個樣啫。
What do you want?
我符文要大家好多。
Should last you a good while. Not my best work, but it'll do. Not bad, if I do say so myself. You can thank me later.
材料不足啊！
Anything else?
剪咗。經驗值加15%，錢加35%。+1，會唔會有+2、+3嗰啲？防護徽章，我覺得應該會有啊。
Clive. Go on then.
符文印都有得買嘅，屌！原來呢啲都唔使誇發，屌！買咗之後加1+2已經係啦。
You're rubbing me blind, you know.
終極萬靈藥啊！哇，橙裝嚟個，完全回復 HP， 使極限爆發量表回復到全滿。2萬啊！哇，黐線咁鬼貴。
Is that all?
試下打個 S 級個 Bounty， 好似喺呢度。我喺邊先？ 睇下夠唔夠力打先。
Fly, Ambrosia.
又行錯路。呢個再。
Time to fight. Back to the stables go. Ambrosia won't help me here. This is no
Okay.
time to ride.
我唔俾我騎陸行鳥啊！呢度。
Too slow. Nice try. This one.
啊，即係唔俾我騎陸行鳥啊！ 阿特拉斯。
Another relic of the fallen. Well, it seems this one has a little more life left in it. All right then.
哇！屌辣！哇！好辣痛喎！呢啲招。係嘥咗。我黐乸線！ 又唔係好難打啫喎。哦，40級古代鐵。
Back to sleep with you.
咁我可以打埋另一個。你未裝 driver 啊，所以冇嗰個 SPDIF 啊。
Clive. Go on then. You'll not find a better price than that. You're rubbing me blind, you know. You'll not find a better price than that.
Cole said it was an army of Akashi. What will happen to me?
How are we supposed to do our duty when the hills are crawling with a cat?
太邊線呢隻怪。呢個都係 S 級。報讚。我讚布雷克王國我呢度。讚布。應該呢度。
Let's go. Time to fight. Straight home now.
2蚊不如唔好俾。斯拜羅夫啊
Thunder. This beast isn't to be trifled with.
啊！屌，打空氣。喂，又冇得自己變泰坦喎，唔係，冇自己出召喚獸喎，就係特定場面先有一變又麻麻地嘅啫。得。我屌！哇嗨到你冇咁成行血啦！哇，好難睇啫呢個角度。 哇！特斯機哇，都死鬼咗啊！ 屌！屌！我屌 ！What the fuck？ What the fuck？
Let's
喂，我仲有樽嘢食。你老闆！屌，又 miss 咗。我仆街！啊屌！哦，冇晒藥啊，應該。我啲冇晒啊！唉，爭啲。唉，唔會打住啊！
Aye, it's a dangerous world out there.
Best.
It'd better all be here. You're rubbing me blind, you know. You'll not find a better price than that. You're rubbing me blind, you know.
我冇晒錢啦，
Finished, are you?
我試下做下 quest 先。
Cole said it was an army of a cashing. What will happen to me?
How are we supposed to do our duty when the hills are crawling with a Kashik and the valleys are full of ether? How are you doing? Anything catch your eye? Think you can help?
Oh, I wasn't expecting you back, son. Come again. I may have more for you.
唉，做主線先。
Clive? But if you're here, where the hell is everyone else? Don't tell me.
They're all right. But it's a long story.
爭啲都打唔死。
You lot don't do things by halves, do you? Well, at least everyone's still breathing. Now, as for these writings, I'm sorry to say, Clive, but if you had those, you'd be...
Sitting under a pile of rubble, I know.
But we were able to save a few bits and pieces from the ruins, most of which ended up being used to build this place. The more personal items we gave to the next of kin. In the case of Sid's things, that would have been mid.
Then I'll check the workshop.
Wait， 等先。哦，點解咁窒呢部機？
If Amber and the Lazarus are gone, then... Do you think Mid's ship will ever sail? This looks like it's from Sid's old diary. But you'll already have read it. I'd better keep looking. What do we have here? Oh. Sid's pipes. Something tells me Mid won't be needing these.
I know this is your hideaway, but, you really shouldn't be in here.
That leather loosener was only the first of the discoveries the Olympic's gonna help us make.
We've had no word from Canva for days. Please tell me Mid is all...
I remember seeing this doll in Sid's cellar. I wonder if it was Mid's. Huh. What's this tucked inside it? Sid's best invention. Huh. That sounds promising. So Sid hid something in Mid's first opus. But what would that be? Perhaps Otto might know.
Well, did you find anything?
Possibly. You wouldn't happen to know what Mid's first opus was?
Opus? That girl's as tone deaf as a banshee. Unless you mean the orchestrion. She couldn't have been more than, what, 11, 12 when she cobbled that thing together? It surprised us all. Not least her dad. You should have seen how proud he was of the little scamp. What's that battered old box have to do with anything?
I think Sid may have hidden something inside it.
Wouldn't surprise me. Those two and their bloody treasure hunts. Half the things in the hideaway were hidden one time or another.
How are we supposed to do our duty when the hills are crawling with a Kashik and the valleys are full of ether?
I didn't break it. Well, I didn't break it.
What didn't you break?
Nothing. We didn't break nothing. We definitely didn't break the orchestrion.
What's wrong with it?
It's broken. Except when it isn't. See?
And you had nothing to do with this?
Nope. Nothing. We just wanted to listen to all the songs at once. So we pressed all the buttons.
就
Like
整壞
this.
咗啦，一次過撳晒啲掣，已經壞了。
See?
All too well. All right, out of the way. Something caught on one of the gears.
Did you break it? Can you fix it?
No, I mean, yeah, yes. There. How about now?
You fixed it! Sid fixed it! He more than fixed it! Yeah, new music!
Huh. Never heard this one before.
They started playing when I removed this. Whatever it is.
Oh, don't look at me. I can tell you it's important, though. Sid showed it to me once and said as much. Said it was the stuff dreams were made of. Let's just hope it's the stuff ships are made of as well.
Indeed. Let's see if we can make some dreams come true.
Just the two I was looking for.
Aye. Lose a patient?
Actually, yes. The Crown Prince just left.
Dion left.
Unless you've another word for stood up and walked off. Yes, left. He did have the decency to leave a message with Obelisk before commandeering one of his dinghies. Should we go after him?
No. We're not the Prince's keepers. He's free to do as he sees fit.
I'd rather he did so in bed. His wounds are nowhere near healed. Much like yours, I suspect. Otto told me what happened in Canver. What is it with this realm's princes and their aversion to rest?
Ask me when I get back. Though I may be sometime.
Then at least try to stay safe.
And if that fails, try to stay alive, eh?
Every moment I waste here, the further the flagship sails. I have to get back.
哇！即刻多咗啲 side quest。side quest 做咗啲 side quest 先啦。
If it's knowledge you seek, we've tomes of plenty to guide you in your search.
應該冇新武器整啦。
And?
He's a surly soaker.
Sid, do you recall the flowers I had you bring back to the yard?
Vaguely. Is something wrong?
I'm afraid so. I was able to get most of the Morganbeards to take root, but they rarely flower. I fear the soil here does not agree with them. However, I believe I have a solution.
I can't wait to hear it.
I'm going to marry the Morganbeards with Morbles. I know, but hear me out. Morbles are possessed of a highly choleric temperament. The fire which drives them appears to be maintained by an abundance of nutrient-rich ether drawn from their environs. I believe that by grafting a Morble vine to a Morganbeard, the appendage's wealth of vigor-inducing nutrients might well stimulate the flower to bloom. The endeavor, I assure you, is scientifically sound. I simply need a vine to prove the theory.
或者打模擬波爾啦。
And all you need is a single vine from an ordinary Morble.
That is correct. A single vine. As for the Morble, I fear ordinary may not suffice. But, as luck would have it, a most extraordinary specimen is rumored to haunt the swamps of Rosaria. Why, a notice concerning this very creature was only recently posted on the hunt board.
How timely.
Well, I shan't keep you any longer. I know you have much to do, as do I. Now, where did I put my watering can?
沙龍哦。
Sid! Heard you were in Canberra fetching young Mid.
Miss Shirley, how can we learn to be clever like Miss Midadol?
If Amber and the Lazarus are gone, then...
She can't kick this. Glory to Griga. There you are. And not a moment too soon.
What's happened?
Taya's busy working herself into an early grave. Since the arrival of her latest patient, she's refused to stop, even for a moment. I've tried offering to see to him in her stead, but she won't hear of it. Clive, she hasn't left the infirmary in days. She's pushing herself too hard. And if she doesn't rest soon, will you talk to her? Order her to her chambers if that's what it takes. Because if she keeps this up, I fear the hideaway will be without its best physica before too long.
I know better than to order Taya to do anything. But I'll speak to her.
Oh, thank you. I pray you have better luck than I did.
Well, Taya, Rodriguez worried about you. And if what he says is true, then so am I. We all admire your dedication, but you do need to rest.
I will, when it's time. Until then, I'm staying put. We owe him that much.
Who is he?
Someone from my past. Someone who doesn't deserve to die alone. It won't be much longer. The crystal's curse has almost finished its work. If I had the tears, I could ease his passing. But without them, we've nothing that will touch the agony of those last few hours.
How would tears help this man?
Not my tears. Tears of mercy. Alicia. It's the only thing strong enough.
You wouldn't, Taya. Surely. There must be something we can do for him.
Sometimes an easy death is the greatest kindness we can offer. You do well to remember that, Rodriguez.
I will. We have all the ingredients we need for Alicia Balwam. It needs to be fresh, though, so we rarely have much to hand. I can make the draft if you can bring me what we're missing.
Just tell me what you need.
There is a species of venom-weeping spider that lives in the forests of Norvent, near Lorbert's Pass. Bring me one of their eyes. Preserve it as best you can, but avoid contact with the tears. I'll make sure the other ingredients are ready before you return.
Thank you, Clive. I won't forget this. If it was me lying there, I know he'd do me the same kindness.
B 黃國屬地離南召集 哦，呢度。
All right, Clive. Blackthorn told me you helped him out again. Tough of that. Speaking of which, I'm actually a bit,
Worried about him. And you want my advice?
afraid so. It's a bit of a funny one, this, but I saved this posh knob while I was out on a mission, and he gave me this flashy ring to say thank you. So, obviously, I show it to Blackthorn, thinking he'll be impressed, only for him to go white as a sheet and quiet as a curl instead. Try as I might, I can't for the life of me work out what could have got him upset like that. And seeing as how Blackthorn opens up when you're around, I thought maybe...
I'd speak to him again. Well, I suppose there's no point leaving him to stew.
Cheers, Clive.
I'll be sure to pay him a visit as soon as I have a moment.
All right, I'll meet you by the forge then. You come along when you're ready.
Ừ, 打咗個坑。咦，仲有啊？
Cole said it was an army of Akashic. What will happen to Mid and the others?
They'll be fine as long as...
哦，又係呢個打鐵佬。
Bloody hell, Clive.
又係呢條友。
Ain't you got better things to do with
唉，
your
我都
time?
唔想外管打，
That remains to be seen.
外管閒事啊，真係。
August tells me he showed you a ring, and that the sight of it clearly upset you. Would you mind telling us why?
Come on, mate. Bottling it up ain't gonna help no one. If it weren't the ring, and it was something I said, then I'm sorry.
It was the ring, right? It brought back some unhappy memories, that's all. Memories better left forgotten.
Memories of what?
There are things we'd all rather leave behind, Blackthorn. But sometimes it helps to talk about them.
And sometimes it doesn't. Is that so hard to understand?
Don't be like that.
Fine. If it'll get you off my back. That ring you flashed was the work of Zoltan. We apprenticed together back in the day.
You've never mentioned him before.
Why would I? Ain't seen him in decades, and the last time I did, we almost came to blows. The ring brought it all back. I could tell it was one of his the moment I saw it. Bastard's improved, though. More than I thought possible. That thing's a work of art.
So it was a nice ring. Worth a few gil, maybe. What's it matter to you?
It matters because engraving metal's a nightmare, and I've got no bloody idea how he managed it. The fact is, I couldn't make anything even half that detailed.
So what? You're an armorer, not a jeweler.
I'm the Idaway's master craftsman. I'm not stealing a living at some backwater village forge. My armor keeps you lot safe, and my swords keep you dangerous. As far as I'm concerned, every swing of my hammer's another blow struck in the name of our cause. So I put my heart and soul into my work. Because the curse breakers deserve better than second best. And I refuse to be shown up by the likes of Zoltan.
Very well. Why don't we go and pay him a visit? Learn his secret.
I doubt he'd be too happy to see me.
Then just this once. Make peace with being second best. Swallow your pride, and focus all your energies on the task at hand. Keeping the curse breakers armed and armored. Provided you can do that, you'll hear no complaints from me. But if you can't, and it's going to distract you, we need to do something about it.
What'd you say, Blackthorn? You know he's right. And it's not like you'll be going alone.
All right.
Magic. So, where do you reckon old what's-his-name is then? Zoltan, was it?
In Dravozd, my old village. He won't have left. He's the chief.
Dravozd, eh? That rings a bell. Not far from Tabor, right? Just north of the fields of Karava. Got that, Clive? Meet us at Dravos as soon as you can, yeah? And I'll make sure Blackthorn don't get cold feet.
Good luck with that. I'll see you there.
搞掂，打咗個 bounty 先。呢邊啊？成日唔記得咗添。我嚟臨沼澤。
Fly, Ambrosia. You deserve a rest.
出嚟啦！海羅特，哇！醜樣啊！
Right then.
哦，仆街！啊屌！啊！太弱啦！我屌！
Bossler!
Definitely anything but ordinary. Now, let's get this vine back to the yard. Ugh.
哦，我最唔中意行呢個位，好鬼難行㗎呢個地圖。
Rodriguez could have mentioned his spiders would be the size of curls. Hopefully one will be enough. Kicked out already?
No. This charmer ain't letting anyone through.
Why are the gates closed?
Chief's orders. No one's allowed in without his say-so. Not that I'd have let you in anyway. You look like trouble. I suggest you go home.
That's what I'm trying to do, you little prick. Ain't changed a bit, have you, Snotty?
No. It isn't. Blackthorn.
Long time no see, eh?
What the hell are you doing here?
Well, it was meant to be a surprise, but since you are so nicely, I'm here to see Zoltan, you fucking numbskull. Now let us through.
All right. Just don't go starting anything with the chief.
Yeah, I promise I won't throw the first punch. That good enough for you?
Go on then.
Much obliged.
So this is Dravoged. Not much going on, is there?
It's a smithing town. When I was a lad, you'd have to shout to be heard over the sound of hammer on anvil. Clive, you're good with people. You speak to Zoltan.
Hey, you ain't backing out now, are you?
There's a river of bad blood between me and the chief. But if someone can build me a bridge, then I'll cross it.
All right. I'll see what I can do.
I appreciate it. He'll be near the forge on the hill. It was our master's. He'd have inherited it when I left.
Forge on the hill.
Good luck. You'll be needing it. Our master always liked to keep an eye on the village.
Wonder why Blackthorn and Zoltan fell out.
But if we can't fire the forges, how are we going to earn our keep?
Would you like to see my wares? Here you are. Certainly.
唔值錢嘅呢啲嘢。
Go safely now.
Mama, why hasn't Papa come back yet?
He's helping the chief with something very important. You go back inside now.
Should be enough to last us a few moons, at least.
Hotter! Hotter, damn it! Those miserable flames wouldn't melt butter, let alone iron.
Pardon the intrusion. I'm looking for the chief.
That'd be me.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
I'll bet it is. Keep the gates closed, I tell him. Well done, Snotty. You're not welcome here. Get out. Before things turn nasty.
Blackthorn's here.
What did you say?
He's traveled a long way to see you.
Yes, has he?
He's waiting. Down by the gates.
Then I suggest you take him with you when you leave.
Didn't you apprentice together?
So what if we did? Fuck! We're getting nowhere! These bearers' flames are next to bloody useless!
We're never going to be able to fire up the forges unless we can find some new crystals.
I'm a busy man, as you can see, so do me a favor and piss off. Oh, and if you're struggling to
你
find
哋
your
幫
way
佢着
out,
火，加大啲火啦。
that prick knows exactly where the exit is. He's not wanted here. And neither are you.
All right. I'm going.
Chief, you've got to do something. If this keeps up, we'll be ruined. It's no use. The flames just aren't hot enough.
I suppose we could try working copper instead.
Thanks. So bearers' magic's no more use than the crystals.
We could try making a bunch of them do it at once.
Mama, why hasn't Papa come back yet?
He's helping the chief with something.
But if we can't fire the forges, how are we going to earn our keep?
Shut your...
Let me guess. Zoltan told you to piss off.
As a personal favor to him, yes.
Well, at least he didn't beat about the bush.
There'll be no talking him round. Not after what I did.
Which is what exactly? If we're to help, we need to know. What turned the village against you?
I left. Dravozd. Zoltan. The burden of leadership our dying master dropped in our laps. All of it. There are two kinds of smiths in this world, you see. My kind, who are in it for the love of the craft, who labour on a single piece from dawn to dusk to get it just right. And the other kind, who are in it for different reasons. People like Zoltan, whose work is quick and cheap. The kind of smiths who shit out a few hundred blades, reap the profit, and divvy it out among themselves. There wasn't a single day we weren't at each other's throats. And bit by bit, people started taking sides. You would have torn Dravozd in half had it gone on. So, I left.
You didn't have to do that.
Zoltan's a better chief than I would have been. His way of doing things kept food on people's tables. Dravozd prospered without me and my lofty ideals getting in the road. Until the crystals run out at any rate. Without magic to fire the furnaces, this place is as good as dead.
It depends on how you look at it, though. There's got to be other ways of making fire. We manage it in the Deadlands.
Thanks to Sid's ingenuity, yeah. He saw all of this coming. Knew crystals were the problem, not the solution. And spent years coming up with ways of doing without.
You know what I mean, though, right? Where there's a will, there's a way. What I'm trying to say is that it's not your fault. You couldn't have predicted this.
It doesn't matter whose fault it is. I don't want to be the greatest smith alive just because I happen to be the last. Clive. Dravozd won't last long without its furnaces. So, do you think it's time we shared Sid's bellows with the world? The way I see it, it's your decision to make.
Hold on, Blackthorn. Sid made those things for us. They give us an edge over the rest. And you'd be throwing it away.
All right. Do it. This place was your home. I won't abandon it to its fate. Sid's creations were never meant to be hoarded. It was only ever a matter of time before we shared them. Let this be another step on the road to freeing Valisthea from the prison of the Crystal's blessing. Dravozd will show the world that it's possible. Wouldn't you agree, August?
When you put it that way, of course. It's like hearing Sid speak from beyond the grave.
Thank you, Clive.
Shall I go and fetch the plans, then?
I know I'm off by heart. I'll be needing some help, though. Building a furnace isn't exactly a one-man job. Do us a favour and round up anyone strong enough to lug a brick or two with you, August.
All right, then.
And I've got a job for you too, Clive. Finding me some salamander skin. I need leather for the bellows and nothing else will withstand the heat. Luckily for us, salamanders feed out in the fields of Karava.
Time for a spot of hunting, then.
哇屌！
That's already. Let's make this quick, shall we? I dare say that will be enough for a decent set of bellows. Run like the wind. No need to ride from here.
What's this all about then?
Don't know. Any trouble finding the skin?
Nothing I couldn't handle.
There should be plenty. Right then, time to put these louds to work. If everyone pulls their weight, we'll be finished in no time.
Well, I'll be damned. I honestly didn't think it'd work. But it's hot enough, all right. And without a single crystal in sight.
You know what this means, don't you?
I do, yeah. Dravost is saved.
Sorry about earlier. I take back everything I said. That thing you built us is an honest-to-God's marvel. You saved our village.
It's Blackthorn you should be thanking. He oversaw the construction.
Give this to him, would you?
What is it?
Pit Coal's cinders. After he left, I spent years trying to eke the most out of our forges. That there was my answer. Chuck it in the fire, and your forge will burn hotter for longer, which will do wonders for your steel. Our secret for yours. Only fair. I've always envied Blackthorn. Since the day I became chief, I spent every spare moment trying to match up to the bastard. No amount of sleepless nights at the Anvil will ever bridge that gap, though. He's a genius. Plain and simple. The man Dravost needed. But he took all his talent and left. Gifted and free. Is it any wonder I hate his guts?
The cinders would mean more coming from you.
I need to forgive him first. And that's not gonna happen.
Well, you know what they say. Oriflamme weren't built in a day and all that. These things take time. Especially when they involve two geezers who hold grudges tighter than their hammers. But what matters is, Blackthorn's got that twinkle back in his eye. And I'd call that a job well done.
So would I.
I reckon he's gonna be at it a while yet, though, so why don't you head off without us? I'll see that the old git gets home safe and sound.
See that you both do. I'll save the cinders till then.
All right. It'll be a nice little surprise for him.
Gentlemen, I see you both made it home in one piece.
Yeah, well, we didn't want to outstay our welcome. The whole village turned out for a go on the bellows after you left. Everyone except Zoltan has. Didn't see hide nor hair of him.
Oh, but that reminds me. I have something for you.
Pico Cinder? How'd you come by this? And you're sure he wanted me to have it?
I'm sure. He didn't say so, but I think he wants to forgive you.
Huh. Imagine that. Yeah. You know I could never leave this place, don't you? Every time you put on mail, you and the Cursebreakers are trusting me with your lives. There's no greater honor for a smith than that. I'm not about to go crawling back to Zoltan for forgiveness, but I will make good use of his cinder. And if that helps save even a single life, then he'll have my gratitude. What was it you said he called me? Huh? A genius? And he spent sleepless night trying to copy me, did he? Sounds like I better get to work. I've got a reputation to uphold.
It's good to see you back on form, Blackthorn.
I don't know how you pair put up with me sometimes, but I'm grateful all the same. Now, where was I? Oh yeah, about to put Zoltan back in his place.
Ain't got the art to tell him how similar they are. Stubborn bastards.
A little healthy competition should be good for him.
You're not wrong. Still, it's a shame him and Zoltan couldn't let bygones be bygones. No use grumbling about it now, though. Blackthorn's happy. Or as near to happy as he gets. And that's good enough for me.
啊，再完成啊！可製造咩啊？追尾蛇。
What do I owe the honor? Not saying fortune, do you?
哦9532。
And?
模擬波爾。
He's a surly soaker.
Sid, I can't help but notice that your satchel is twitching in a most violent manner.
Here. It's your problem now.
What an amazing specimen. The flesh positively throbs with vitality. If I can successfully graft this to the Morganbeards... When I successfully graft this to the Morganbeards, I suspect the results will be immediate. I shall begin at once. It is just as I hoped. Witness how the Morganbeards have taken to the blighted soil. How they bloom with heretofore unseen vigor. Why, I dare say such a vine graft would yield similar results when applied to other specimens as well.
I'm glad I could be of assistance.
You've not only helped us, Sid, you've saved us. Do you recall the extract with which I provided you before? I took a moment to distill some more, but this time with the petals from the invigorated Morganbeards. And would you believe? Its potency has nearly doubled. You must accept this file as thanks for your assistance. The rest, I shall give to Taya.
提升治療劑，高級治療劑的 HP 回復量。哦，buff 咗。道具進一步提升，進一步提升 HP 回復量，延長有效時間。
Allow me to thank you again, Master Sid.
A few more of these, and the Deadlands will seem less dead.
Sid! Heard you were in Canva fetching young Ned.
Miss Shirley, how can we learn to be clever like Miss Midadol?
Do you think Mid's ship will ever sail?
He's a surly soaker. Who cares less? Cole said it was an army of Akashic. What will happen to Mid and the others?
Thank goodness you're back. Taya looks like she's about to collapse.
Is this what you needed?
Yes, it is. Thank you, Clive. I'm loath to give a patient Alicia, but Taya's right. Sometimes it's all we can do. A single dose dulls even the most agonizing pain, and all other sensation with it. It may be a gentle way to die, but it is death nonetheless. I wish there was another way.
How are you feeling?
Light, mid-here. Drifting on waves.
Good. Just relax. Let the waves carry you to a better place.
Thank you, Taya. I'm so proud of you.
He's gone. Thank you, Rodrigue. And you, Clive?
I'll see that he's properly laid to rest.
The man you helped today was my mentor, back in the Southern Isles, on the front lines of some meaningless war. I was still a child when they shipped me to their triage tents, to treat the wounded with my gift. But in such blighted lands, I was next to useless. Until he taught me the true physicker's art, that is...
An art we would be lost without.
Tears of mercy were his gift to the bearers of the world. A respite from the agony of the curse's end.
And a kindness Sid would have approved of.
You know as well as I what life is like for a bearer soldier. Marched from one battle to the next, never knowing which might be your last. A commander may care nothing for the bearer spent in his service, but my mentor's gift gave the dying one fleeting moment of tranquility before the end. I've no tears left, Clive. I've seen too many of my friends taken. Something needs to change. And we need to be the ones to change it.
And we will. I promise.
I hope so.
仲有 quest。
Clive, I wanted to give you something for the kindness you showed my mentor.
What's this?
A chest of all the medicines you're ever
Oh.
likely to need.
解上
Seeing
限
as you're so reluctant to come to the infirmary, I thought you might as well take a part of the infirmary with you.
I'm sure it will be very helpful indeed. And Taya, try not to work too hard.
And work Rodrigue all the harder, you mean? He's a quick study, but he's got a long way to go yet. I'll take that particular piece of advice when you heed it yourself, thank you very much. Besides, who else is going to see that your brother takes his medicine?
Who indeed?
I'm glad I was there for his final. Moments they deserve. The piece he chose.
冇啦，做晒一啲我啲 quest， 咁我去翻主線啦。
I were right, Clive. My dad had it all worked out.
He'd be proud of you, Mid. His writings may have helped, but this achievement is all yours. Can we catch them?
The Ainayar's one of the largest, fastest vessels ever built. And it won't help she has the wind at her back. Any other ship would be hard-pressed to keep pace with her, let alone reel her in. But this isn't any other ship. This is the Enterprise! And the world's never seen anything like my dad's engine.
It certainly hasn't.
Clive, what do you know of Barnabas Tharm?
Only what the bards sing. That he sailed to Ash from southern lands. That it was his mastery of the blade which won him the throne. And that his sword, Odin's sword, can sever the very threads of creation. But don't lose any sleep over a last tilt. We'll do what we must to survive.
What we must.
The light! I thought this cove was meant to be hidden!
ahead! Company!
有用咩？
We'll hold them off until the ship is ready.
有偷襲先嚟熄個火。
All hands! Man your stations!
Everyone with me? Here they come. It needs every moment we can get her.
Behind me, Lord Rossfield.
I'll take care of these fuckers. Behind you. I'll have you know, earth-breaking here once struck fear into the heart of every man in the fleet.
About that offer, Cam?
How are we doing, mid?
I thought you said that ship was fast!
Oh? I haven't felt this alive in 20 summers. Come on, then! Which of you lot fancies meeting Ogre Killer next?
I thought it was called Heartbreaker.
Rules like the clock have been used. With bills to pay and I'll be damned if I'm going first.
That was easy enough.
All right, you lousy lot. Get your asses on board. She's ready to sail.
You heard the captain.
Clive?
But I thought he was...
Confounded. Then it is as I feared. Sleipnir is no man, but a creation of Odin.
Phoenix's fiery fundament. Have you no normal enemies?
Up for another round?
Of course we are. Right, Lord Rossfield? My boy, there was a time people called me the Executioner. Or was it my eyes? No matter,
heads will roll all the same.
Mate, new plan! You leave, we follow!
Follow? Swimming, are you? Oh, bugger me! Weigh anchor! Engine's dead slow ahead!
Have care, my friends. 'Tis not blood that runs through in these veins.
一炮燒晒啦！屌！
These foes will not fall easily.
I take this like oaks before a woodman's axe. Good thing I brought one!
How long are we meant to keep this up?
As long as it takes. Unless you have a better idea. Well, I've already killed at least 5 of the bastards. Fuck it. Let's do the lot.
Not yet. Wait for my signal. Right, run for it!
哇唔掂啊呢個！爭少少升 level。
Now, mate!
Alright, engine full ahead! And hold on tight!
What do you want?
That's quite a mess you've made. And wholly unnecessary. You are my offering to Mythos. I would not see you damaged.
Now Preparations! Every bell spent treading water puts another league between us and the galleon.
I don't suppose Mid has a spare engine? Since you rose from the grave, my fortunes have plummeted. Are you absolutely certain of this quest of yours, Clive? The foes you face are as terrible as they are numerous.
Aye. And they'd have us live and die on their terms, which should answer your question.
Ah. You have that same stubborn look as your father did when he set his mind to something. On the battlefield, I am but a single axe. A deadly one, mind, but a single one nonetheless. Yet what you require is 1,000, and I believe my old friend in Randalar can provide them. Take care, Clive. I have many more tales of your father's exploits to share. And I cannot very well do that if you're dead. Again.
Good luck, Uncle. And may fair winds attend you.
As for you, Joshua, take care.
I shall do my best, Uncle.
Farewell, my nephews. When next you see me, it shall be with an army at my back. Cheerio! Oh, yeah. Do keep up, my boy.
Well, we can't have him showing us up now, can we?
We would never hear the end of it.
Great God of mercy. All this. What have I done?
"又係呢個靚妹。
My lord.
我去唔返呢啲地方咯。
Between here and Waloed, but any ship heading north has to round Zemeckis and put through the Narrow. Maintain our current bearing north-northeast, and we'll catch the Black Galleon before she vanishes again.
What's to prevent her from circling around Ash from the south?
With these winds in those waters, it'd taken forever and a fortnight to reach Stonehenge.
Fid knows what she's talking about, Clive. Better than any of us lot, anyway. I say we do as she tells.
Sails on the horizon.
She's ours. Look alive, boys! Full ahead! And keep those furnaces fed!
Aye, aye!
Do you feel that,
Jill?
All hands! Battle stations! Let's see what this girl can do.
Where one leads, so does the other follow. The bond of consciousness which joins them condemning both to the same fate. Yet my every attempt to strike it from their hearts serves only to tighten its hold. Fascinating. But then, there is naught my blade cannot sever.
Jeez. 有冇咁 OP 啊？
Barnabas.
Harder port! Heads down, you brutes! And brace for impact!
It's now or never.
I'll find her.
Bloody hell! Add a scarlet!
Where did you hide her, Barnabas?
Mà đi khúc cái好串喎你。 垃圾。41。Let's go, boys!
I need to hurry.
We're all going to die. We'll fight at last.
Hold on, I'm coming.
哇，好乸煩啲雜魚。一次過收皮。屌，咪阻鬼住啦你！收皮。
She must be here somewhere.
What the hell are you? I did.
隻行返轉頭。
Jill!
You came.
Get back!
Clive, how did you?
I'll explain later. Hands. Can you walk?
Out of here I can.
Stand still!
Phoenix, are you not the dominant of fire? I see naught before me but a guttering flame.
Odin.
所以一劍斬纜架船啊！ 黐線，個海唔識填翻補啊！咁樣斬開個海。
Can you go on?
I think so. But to where?
You. What did you do to Joshua?
The Phoenix? Oh, I expect he will survive. This consciousness in which you coil your feeble souls is grown thick with desperation. And thus has my master turned to my blade. The world will soon be painted in black. And all that live shall gather in death's autumn wake.
Not if we remove the cause of this misery. Not if we destroy the last of the Mother Crystals and restore balance to the world.
Come. Do you truly think it's so simple? The blight is inevitable. Not even the Almighty might stop its endless march. Your efforts will avail us naught. Naught, that is, but suffering. You must embrace the truth, Mythos. Accept your place with the Lord.
Keep it. As long as there's a chance, there's a choice.
Ever led astray by your blind resolve.
Now, it is time you learn the inevitability of your divine fate, however much it may hurt.
Get as far away as you can.
Clive, no.
Trust me, Jill.
$72秒啊！
Oh, but we do. If only to remind you of your duty. Defend yourself. In the short time since our last meeting, you have grown much. Yet as a vessel, I fear my lord will still find you lacking. Rise, Mythos. All this fire and fury, and for what? Stopping the blight. A foolish notion fed to you by a foolish man. How dare you? You know naught of this world nor of our place in it. If our fates were so easily written, we would all be gods. You've been given. And thus is the light of hope severed.
Oh.
You would yield so soon.
Never.
Clive!
Do you not see? Your iron will weighs you down, dragging you ever further from your purpose.
And what is my purpose?
Mythos. Who are we? What are the dominants? The breath of the Creator still warm on our lips. We carry his light that we might guide the masses in his name. We are but mighty acts of God.
We are more than that.
You would be nothing without what he has granted you. The power we wield is his, and yet every time we draw upon it, it wears away at our very being. It breaks us. It unmakes us, that its immaculate aspect might reveal itself. The icon. It is too much for even his chosen few. Apart from you, Mythos, you wield the might of many, yet your body does not answer for its avarice.
What are you saying?
What I am saying is that we dominants are a means to an end. We were created for you, that you might drink deep of our strength and thereby fulfill your divine purpose.
Which is?
To feed. As you would know, could you only look beyond the walls of your prison of self-regard. As long as you choose to ignore this, you shall never penetrate my defenses. Still, you may take solace in the fact that you are not alone in your plight. The chains of volition shackle all of mankind, but there is yet cause to rejoice. For the Lord, in his mercy, has taken pity on his flawed creations, and shall see them restored to their proper forms.
And what exactly would that be?
Why, loyal servants to God.
No.
Manners, Lord Rossfield? They are men, like you and me. Albeit ones unburdened by the wills that drive our kind to madness. They are pure. They are divine.
You mean to turn everyone Akashic?
Not turn, Mythos. Turn back. For too long has mankind been led astray by their clamorous wills. It is time they return to a world of quiet equality, where they might once more know salvation.
Salvation? And abandon everything we hold dear?
We don't need your salvation. We'll save ourselves, and we'll do it on our own terms. Not yours, and not your gods.
With every defiant expression of your will, the tighter the chains of consciousness become. But perhaps that fact may be put to use.
Clive!
The faster it binds you to the remaining dominance, the stronger your hunger will become. Until it leads you back to the only answer there ever was. Mayhap not by the path my master intended, but back all the same.
用 Shiva 嗰啲力量去結冰咯，
Ash is not
唔
far.
係你點樣走啊？
I could freeze a path.
You're in no fit state.
Probably not, but I can try. Don't look back! hope the others are safe.
The Enterprise was clear of the gap when we fell. They made it, Jill. And they will have seen the ice where it led.
哦，嚟啦嚟啦嚟啦！
We need only wait till dawn. This is the second time Barnabas has bested me. I'm powerless against him.
And maybe there really is nothing else for it but to give yourself to his master. Only you won't do that. The Clive I know would never do that.
So you believe? But do you really know me? If what Barnabas said was true, then I'm more monster than man. And each time I summon the flames from within, I burn away the things that make me who I am.
Do you, though? Think of what you've used that power for. Of all the people you've saved. It doesn't matter how or by whom it was granted, only how you choose to use it. And you've chosen to use it for good, haven't you?
I've also used it to kill. What if that's my purpose? What if it's all I'm good for?
You're still that same boy I grew up with. Always so eager to save everyone around you, and yet always so alone. Because you failed to realize the one thing that needed saving most of all. You, Clive. You. You never once took the time to save yourself.
Myself. I think I might be beyond saving.
No one is beyond saving, provided they want to be saved. You fight to survive. And you survive so that you may protect those you love. It's what you do. What you've always done. And I know you're not about to change. So I'm going to help you. To give you what you need to protect us all.
Jill. Are you sure? If this is what you want, then...
Don't worry, Clive. It is. This burden, I'll give you the strength to bear it alone.
But I'm not alone. These burdens I carry, my sins, my pain, my sorrow, I see now that they are all a part of me. If I'm to continue on, having pledged my life to those I love, then I will gladly bear your burdens too, until my last breath.
Clive.
I promise you, Jill, we will find a way to escape this fate. Find a way to save each other. That we might one day look upon the moon again, together.
And I promise you, Clive, that I will be there, no matter what you must become.
I know. I never thought a smile could bring me so much joy.
What of Barnabas? Do we pursue him?
No. Our paths will cross again soon enough, whether we like it or not. Besides, there is something we must do first.
Of course. Drake's spine. The last Mother Crystal.
The Einherjar is at the bottom of the sea. Waloed won't dare move on Storm without her. But they know we're coming now. We'll need a plan. And a damn good one at that.
Then let's go home and find one. Ash will have to wait.
我又翻呢度。
Mid says Odin split the sea in two. She's always been partial to a tall tale. But there's tall, and then there's tall.
I struggle to believe it myself.
I see your uncle isn't with you.
He stayed with the Enterprise. After our brush with the Einherja, she was in urgent need of repair. And my uncle knows a shipwright in Randalar. We're to join him there when we're ready to sail for Ash.
You sure that's wise? Last I heard, the place was still overrun with Akashic.
Show me a city where that isn't true. Ultima's plague is spreading.
We're running out of time, aren't we? We've done our best to shore up that hideaway. But I doubt a few planks will stop what's coming. Still, we'll keep at it. Every little helps, I suppose.
Let's hope so.
召喚獸，濕婆之力。
I should visit Joshua, assuming Talia will allow it.
啊，又多咗3個 quest。唉，感覺下你最尾係歐電啦，殺完歐電應該打最尾個歐田馬。濕婆懷疑啊！我呢招又係儲氣嘅。差滿，我可以再儲耐啲。我又唔可以混合用。
Clive. I was just about to send for you. I'd like you to take something to Sir Wade up in Eastpool. Seeds for planting. Thought it was about time they started growing their own food. I'll keep providing them with whatever they need in the meantime, of course. But if Eastpool's going to survive, it's got to be able to fend for itself. As of those poor bearers. They've lived their whole lives in servitude, but now they're their own masters. Small wonder they ain't got the foggiest how to provide for themselves. So it's up to us to teach them. And if you're wondering why you, well, the Wagoneers taking supplies up that way have been coming back with more and more reports of Akashic around the village of late. Sir Wade's putting a brave face on it, but I think even he's starting to worry. And if he's likely to share those concerns with anyone, it's you.
All right.
Thanks. Wouldn't ask if I didn't have to. There. That should be enough to keep him in Gazal Greens for a few years at least.
Gazal Greens?
Not the most mouth-watering crop, I'll admit. But they're hardy, they grow fast, and they fill a hole. Better that than something that'll wither away at first frost. And chocobos love 'em too, which is no small thing. When I say all of us need to pull together to get Eastpool back on its feet, I mean all of us. They ain't exactly succulent, but cook 'em right, and they're just about bearable.
I'll take your word for it.
Anyway, Sir Wade'll know what to do with them. And if he don't, well, I'll go up there and show him myself.
I'm sure you will.
The Guardian saying we're supposed to grow up.
Ah, Lord Rossfield. What brings you to Eastpool?
A delivery from Martha.
These are Gazal green seeds. Martha's keen to cut the apron strings then, is she? I jest, of course. You see, I had thought we might be able to revive the old wheat fields, but they'd long since gone to seed, only without the seeds.
Martha was hoping you might be able to show the bearers how to plant and tend these, so that they'll be able to fend for themselves.
That's not a bad idea. These bearers had only recently escaped their bonds before we brought them here. They know little of freedom, of providing for themselves and their loved ones. Unless we teach them how to live like free men, I fear that all we have achieved in bringing them here is to exchange one master for another. Not that myself and the Guardians have been the best example to them so far, subsisting almost entirely on Martha's charity as we do. It's about time we all started to provide for ourselves, bearers and Guardians alike. Unfortunately, we've been a little too busy of late to focus on much besides bolstering our defenses. There have been alarming reports of...
The Horde is closing in. They're coming, so wait, all of them.
Time it all. I thought we'd have more time. Gather the men in the square. Send to the rest for reinforcements.
Yes, Sir Wade.
The Horde?
Akashic, a veritable legion of them. They've been seen prowling around the northern reaches for a while now. We don't have the numbers to hold back a swarm that size. I had hoped to build a perimeter wall so that myself and the Guardians might be able to defend the village, but...
Now you're out of time.
Precisely. If reinforcements from the rest arrive before they do, we may just scrape through, but I fear that's rather an enormous if.
What if you could call on reinforcements from Eastpool?
You mean the bearers? We brought them here so they might live, not die fighting for their lives.
So wait. You said you lack men to defend the village. Are the bearers not men? Do they not wish to see Eastpool saved? Though they may not be trained soldiers like your Guardians. what help they are able to offer could still prove the difference between victory and defeat.
You're right, my lord. I will appeal to them. My friends, I humbly beg your aid. We Guardians are few and our enemies many. But I swear we can defeat them with you at our side.
You would send us to the slaughter, to serve as bait for those fiends so that you and your men might be spared. And to think we trusted you. Say what you will. A home is not worth dying for.
But it is worth fighting for. Sir Wade fights to give you lot a chance. Just like I do. Just like Sid does. We all wanted to give you a home where you could be free. And you got one, didn't you? This place, Eastpool. This is your village. Your home. And if you don't fight to protect what's yours, you'll lose it. You know I'm right. This world wants to take everything from you. Everything. Your homes, your freedom, your very lives. So then, are you going to stand by and let that happen to you? Are you going to accept fate like good little Bran did and die, having never stood up for yourselves? Or will you fight like free men and women?
What are you doing?
All right. Give me a sword. I never dreamt I'd have a home of my own. And now that I have, I don't want to lose it. I will protect what's mine, or die trying.
We all will. Free men and women, fighting together. For Eastpool!
For Eastpool!
Thank you, Martha.
Don't mention it. Just promise me one thing. That you'll show them how freeborn fight.
Gladly.
Well, if it was numbers you were lacking, you certainly won't be now.
Thanks to you.
Me? Oh, I just love the sound of my own voice.
Lord Rossfield, my lady, we're ready.
So what's the plan of action?
We'll divide our forces into several small detachments, each made up of guardians, bearers, and guards from the rest. These will position themselves at strategic points around the village. Upon engaging with the Akashic, each detachment will keep the creatures occupied as best they can, steadily retreating all the while.
You're going to lure them into the village?
I am. We will have neither the time nor the resources to treat the wounded, so injuries must be avoided at all costs. Instead, we will focus purely on defense at first. By coordinating our withdrawal through the use of messengers drawn from among the bearers, we will aim to have the swarm converge at a point of our choosing. With luck, that point will be the village square, the perfect place for our most able warriors to surround them and fall upon them, and for you and I to finish them off.
A sound plan, but one that'll require a leader with a cool head and strong nerves to coordinate the retreat. I'd say you have both in abundance, Sir Wade. But you'll be needed. Please, leave the last of the fighting to me.
Ha! And let you have all the glory?
Sir Wade! They're here!
Then you know what you must do. We work together, everyone playing their part, each shielding the other that no man might fall, that Eastpool might live on. For Rosaria!
For Rosaria!
We've no time to argue, my lord. I'll do as you ask.
And I will do as you ask.
Suppose we'd better do our bit too then, eh?
Right you are, Martha.
The calm before the storm. And here it comes. I will not let this village fall. Looks like that's the last of them.
Lord Rossfield! Change of plan!
What is it?
Owl from the rest. An Akashic curl's been sighted on Rhiannon's ride and is headed in their direction.
Well, the better half of her guard is here. So wait, how many Akashic remain in Eastpool?
Hard to say. My men are still facing some resistance, but I think the worst is behind us. I could order a detachment or two to fall back and...
No. Let them finish the job. You stay here too, Sir Wade. Your men need you. I'll go after the Curl. Join me only when Eastpool is won.
If you're sure, my lord. May the Founder protect you.
打啦！講咁多嘢真係喺邊啊？話都仲有冇得坐着添？
Next one's mine.
Ugh! is. With me, Torgal. All right. Back to Eastpool.
Lord Rossfield, the Curl, is it?
It's dead.
Thank the Founder for that. And for you, my lord. We were able to eradicate the rest of the Horde. I have guardians posted around the village to keep watch for further attacks, but all seems quiet for now. I hesitate to say it, but I think it might be over.
I think it might.
We did it. We saved Eastpool. Thank you, my friends. Thank you.
No, Sir Wade. It's us who should be thanking you. You brought us together. Showed us what it means to fight for what you hold dear.
We never had nothing to call our own before. We didn't know what it meant to protect it, but now we do. We really do.
Forgive us, Sir Wade. You and your people saved us, and still we doubted you. But there's no doubt in my mind anymore. We're free men now, so we have to start acting like it. We have to fight to protect what's ours, to protect Eastpool.
And we shall. We all shall. Together. This is our home. And if anyone or anything tries to take it away,
they'll have us to answer to.
Come on then. Let's get to work.
This village isn't gonna rebuild itself.
They're not slaves anymore.
No. They're Rosarians. Your father took pity on the bearer's plight, and I believe if he were still with us today, this is what he would have wanted.
I believe you might be right.
I shall remain here, my lord, and do what I can to help rebuild the village. After all, this is my home now too, and I could hardly call myself an Eastpoolian if I didn't pull my weight.
I think you'll find it's Eastpudlian, Sir Wade. But you should be proud all the same. I'll have to pull my weight too. Can't have the rest getting outclassed. Speaking of which, I ought to be getting back.
Can we continue to count on your support, Martha?
Of course, and I'll be counting on yours too. Us Rosarians have got to stick together, haven't we?
Indeed we have.
And Clive, come by the Golden Stables when you get the chance. I ain't paid you for delivering them seeds yet.
All right. I will.
Lord Rossfield, do you remember our very first mission together?
哇，又講
Clearing the
返以
goblins
前
from
啲
the
嘢。
Stillwind marshes.
How could I forget?
There's one sight that I shall never forget. You, facing off against that giant Morble. Not a trace of fear on your face. Since that day, there have been more than a few times when I felt like giving up. When the odds seemed so stacked in the enemy's favor, I thought I may as well just lay down my sword and surrender. But every time, I would think back to the look in your eyes that day and remember what it means to be a shield. Know that whatever trials Eastpool may face, I shall never lose courage. Thanks to you.
So wait. You have always been a true shield. I know that Eastpool, and indeed all of Rosaria, will be safe in your hands.
Thank you, my lord. I know the rest of the world will be safe in yours.
I'll do my best.
唉，噏完啦，終於。
Thank you again for all you have done for me and mine, my lord. You may...
太沉啦。
The hero returns. It's lucky you came by when you did, eh? Not only did my seeds get delivered, but you went and saved Eastpool and all.
I just did what I could.
And it's only right that you get rewarded for it. Take it before I change my mind.
Thank you, Martha.
So, Eastpool's finally back on its feet again. And a home to free bearers. Who'd have thought we'd see the day, eh?
Well, it was your idea.
I know that, but I never stopped to think what it would mean. Bearers in charge of themselves, thinking for themselves, working for themselves. Like your hideaway, but not even hidden away. Though I suppose the rest ain't much different nowadays. You know, bearers living free like that reminds me of when I first met Sid. Loath as I am to recall that particular day.
I take it you didn't always see eye to eye. What happened?
Well, if you really want to know, I started doing what I do long before I met Sid. In fact, that's how I met him. Or at least how he came to meet me. He showed up at the stables one day, asking questions about who'd been buying up bearers. Founder knows what he thought I was doing with them. Running a hunt, poking around in their innards. Something awful anyway. Me, I thought he was a new constable. Thought the game was up. But somehow we both managed to work out what each other was about. And before I knew it, the cheeky arse was rattling on at me about how I was doing it all wrong. After all my hard work. Told me I was giving them relief, but not freedom. That my bearers were still dying as slaves. Got right under my skin, it did. Told him if he didn't like it, he could bugger off and report me to the garrison. And do you know what he did? He smiled. And then he laughed. And then I did the same. We made a pact that day. That whenever one of us was in need, the other would always be there for him.
And you were?
Well, we both wanted the same thing. To make life better for bearers. Just like your dad. Do you know I was born right around the time Elwyn became Archduke? Growing up, I saw how he tried to change things. He certainly didn't lack for ambition, that one.
Indeed. But the loftier one's ambitions, the harder they are to achieve. Which is why those of us who follow in their footsteps need to finish what people like Sid and my father started.
Suppose you're right, aye. And if we don't manage it, there's always them who come after us. Good thing we've got a few half-decent sorts waiting in the wings, eh? It's almost enough to give you a little bit of hope.
Just a little.
Anyway, enough nattering. Better get back to work. Let's see about making everyone some dinner, shall we? The least the folks who saved Eastpool deserve is a hot meal. And you and me ain't gonna save the world on an empty stomach neither.
That sounds like a wonderful idea.
啊，終於完啦！有咩特別啫？
Don't
送
worry,
嗰啲
Clive. You went alone in this fight. Whenever you find yourself in need...
Can't say it wasn't a relief to see the better part of the...
Don't worry, Clive. You went alone in this fight. Whenever you find yourself in need, be it of money, men, or a bowl of hot stew, the stable's door...
Are the bearers taking well to their new homes, you know? I sometimes worry how they'll manage without me to cook and clean for them.
係咪可以喺度瞓覺啊？前篇呢個打唔贏，暫時爭啲。呢個呢？啊，又係前篇。哦。佢打咗咁多 quest 出嚟。
What can I get you, Sid? Coming right up. Oh, keep your mug handy.
Oh, don't tell me we've run out of papio nuts and all.
Stew's awfully thin these days.
What's that for you, dear?
「哇！寒冰烙印。
And? There's no way of knowing if Doris will confide in me, but I can speak to her at least.
covered in nicks and lumps, the lot of them. It's a wonder they can still walk.
Where are you?
Can I help you, Sid?
I'm looking for Doris. Is she here?
I'm afraid not. She's at Martha's Rest on a job. My job, actually. When she heard what the mission was, she insisted on going herself. Alone.
Did she? What was the mission?
Following up on some new information. Once they'd settled in, the bearers you helped liberate in the Dragon's Eyrie were keen to talk about their imprisonment. And about their captor.
The slaver Cole's team were tracking when they were attacked by the Beastmen. I'll go and find her. She's at Martha's Rest, you say?
If she's not moved on already, yes. I hope everything's all right.
Why would Doris insist on going alone? Maybe Cole was right to be worried.
How do you split the sea, you reckon?
I reckon we're better off not knowing.
Fancy a look at the list, do you? Anything catch your eye?
哦，呢啲遲啲先做啦呢啲。
Seen enough?
Welcome to the Patron's Whisper. Your benefactors are a generous lot. All yours. Best of luck out there, Sid.
17,000其實可以升呢啲試下嘅，我未玩過。呢招隻係啊，即係呢招類似火嗰招啊。
Heard the bad news then, did you?
What bad news?
About Dravost. Blackthorn's old haunt. With the forge and all that. Well, anyway, the mines just down the road from there are spewing out ether like no one's business.
And the village?
Safe from the flood for now, but they've got other problems. Akashic. Every creature in the area is either turned or on the way to turning, apparently. Zoltan and the others are living on borrowed time. They need help, and quick. Doris sent a few curse breakers to keep an eye on things, but there's only so much a couple of scouts can do. Except get eaten. If something ain't done soon, the old place will be overrun.
I won't let that happen.
Didn't think you would.
Does Blackthorn know?
I thought it might be better if he didn't. He'd only do something stupid. You reckon we should tell him?
No. It's better this way.
Yeah, well, I can't stand about knowing what's happening out there, so I'm off. I'll see you in Dravost.
How was she? The Enterprise.
Ah, Sid. Just the man I was hoping to see. Did you have a mo?
Don't tell me. You need more bomb ash.
Oh no. We still got plenty of that left. I'm working on bringing another one of the Chief's designs to life. This time, it's a new smelter. It's got a reverberatory hood over the top for additional thermal amplification and a system of reciprocal recirculatory regenerators that let's just say it gets very blimmin' hot. A heck of a lot hotter than anything Blackthorn's got in his forge, that's for certain. Only mithril engines get hotter, and you can't chuck ore in one of them and get metal out the other end. Trouble is, we won't be able to make it out of any old rubbish neither. We need the good stuff. And I hear you once helped Helena get her hands on exactly that. Any chance you could help me too?
If it's for the good of the hideaway, I'd be happy to.
Oh, it is. I promise you.
So, what exactly is this good stuff you need me to find?
We've got a couple of examples here. Spherical echoes, we call them.
Or fallen materials. So this smelter is similar to the mithril engine in more ways than one.
That's right. They're a bit like the thermal helms. Fallen ceramics deal with heat like nothing else, see? And what's more, they're directional, transferring heat from the inside to the outside. But these things, they're all outside. If we line the hood with them, they'll reflect the heat right back into the furnace. We've collected as many as we can, and I know where we can get the rest. Trouble is, they're all watched over by their bigger, uglier cousins.
So you want me to visit some ruins, destroy some echoes, and bring back the spheres they're guarding?
That's it in a nutshell, yeah. We're only 3 short, mind, and we know exactly where they are. There's one up Amber Way, in that ruin that they call Lost Plume, and another in the Silent South over in Dalmekia. Last one is in the ruins of Advent, which is in the Empire.
All right then. Wish me luck.
It'll do. I'll be keeping all my fingers and toes crossed.
仲要做3次。應該接晒啦，呢度啲 quest。呢個可以做，呢個應該好快啫，應該。啊，做完呢個先打住任務啦。
Not here. Fly, Ambrosia. I need to deal with these ones first. find a spherical echo. This is it.
Oh, 又係呢啲地方。又係呢度。點行先？Let's go.
Run like the wind. Thanks, girl. Too slow. Two down, one to go.
我呢啲唔做住啦，嘥時間呢啲。
This is no time to ride. Ambrosia won't help me here. This is no time to ride. Ready, go? Fly, Ambrosia. Time to fight. Straight home now. That's all of them. Oh, what? Can uncross his toes now.
Ah, Sid! Wasn't expecting you back so soon. So, is it good news or bad?
Good, thankfully. Here.
Ah, that's brilliant! Thanks a blimmin' million! I'll fit 'em to the smelter right away! May I present to you the Telemon Furnace! Ain't bad, is she?
She's a beauty.
You saved my bacon again, Sid, and I ain't about to let your good deed go unrewarded.
It's fine, really. My bag's flexible enough already.
Oh, don't say that. I'm sure I can make a few improvements to it yet.
You could just buy me a bigger...
How about that clasp? Looks a bit stiff. Reckon you could loosen it up and make some more room? And I reckon I know how. With a new alloy we've been working on. The Telemon Furnace was just what we needed to perfect it. It's a metal, see? So it's lovely and strong, but it's also, well, stretchy, if you can believe it.
Stretchy metal. Well, if you insist.
That is the spirit. You'll love it, I promise. So, what do you reckon?
It's actually quite ingenious. Thank you, Owain.
Shh, don't mention it. You earned it. And I wanted to get some practice in using that metal anyway. Reckon we'll have all kinds of uses for it around the hideaway. Can't think of any right now, but that's our job, innit? Dreaming up new ways to make life easier around here. Maybe even out there, too. One day, the whole world's gonna know about the inventions you've helped us put together. That bag of yours will be the first of many. You mark my words.
They'll hardly believe their eyes, I'm sure.
哇，正 unlock 上限。正，今日做 main quest 啦，唉，冇。
How are you feeling, Joshua?
Better than I was.
But not nearly as well as you should be. Your cuts and burns may have healed, but your body still bears the burden of every spell cast.
And what would you have had me do? It was no ordinary foe we faced. It was the Warden of Darkness. Yet still, it was not enough. The king could have ended me at any moment, but instead chose to toy with me like a curl does a mouse.
You underestimate yourself.
Oh, it was crystal clear. Only one man established his dominance that day, and that man was Barnabas. I'm sorry, brother. That was ill-spoken. It's just... I have never felt so powerless. And when so many are looking to us for strength, perhaps the prince feels the same.
What is this place?
Don't move. Here, it's fresh from the well. Grandmother told me spirits sometimes get lost, and that the lanterns guide them to their proper place. I set one on the river for her when she passed away.
The fiend works from the shadows. Was it you who guided my hand, then, Ultima? No, not you. This is my doing, my fault, my sin to bear. And for it, I must atone.
Your hurts are healing nicely. It was my poultices that saw you well.
You make them?
And sell them, or try to. Earns me enough for bread, most days.
Forgive me. I have nothing to...
I know, but I couldn't just leave you lying there. You're going then?
Of course. I'm healed. Thanks to you and your poultices.
Will you promise to come back and visit?
Well, Phoenix, it would seem that I owe you my wings.
Perhaps he can find an answer. You will be returning to Waloed soon, I gather.
I see no reason to wait.
Then neither do I.
I can think of a few, but I doubt they'll stop you. You will take your medicine.
Of course, Lady Daya.
Set on leaving already, are you?
How long will it take us to get back to Ash?
Dunno, about the same amount of time it took us to get here. Maybe less, if your uncle can find someone trustworthy to patch up the Enterprise. All depends on where we're putting into port, mind.
Yes. It's not as if we can put ashore wherever we choose. We have to assume that the whole of Ash is hostile, and that we'll be attacked on sight.
Then we must find a place they won't think to look. And I have an idea who might know of one.
The Professor! I'll go and tell you coming.
While you're plotting our course, I'll be in the shelves with your lawsmen, I wish to pick his brains about Ultima.
Then I'll talk to Karen about supplies for the journey. They may not be easy to come by in Ash.
Your brother's body won't take much more of this recklessness. You know that, don't you?
I do.
I'll still say it were a compliment.
Ah, Clive. I was wondering when you'd arrive. Please tell me you've come to take our young prodigy here off my hands.
I'm not here for Mid. I need information on Ash.
Then why not ask Molly if you can look in one of her ovens? Go on.
As soon as the Enterprise is ready, we'll be setting out for Drake's Spine. And we're going to need a safe place to land.
Preferably one that won't see my ship blown to shit and splinters.
If it were that easy, do you think Waloed would have resisted invasion for so long? Very little is known of Ash, and the information we do have is spotty and outdated. We have the good King Barnabas to thank for that. Waloed's borders have been closed to outsiders since the day he seized the throne. If there is anywhere safe to land, you won't find it on my map.
Then tell us what we will find. I'm sure you know better than we do.
But no splinters.
All right, if it will get you out of my hair. But interrupt me, and it's over. Understood? Barnabas Tharm, the one they call the Last King. Understand him, and you will understand the kingdom of Waloed. Barnabas was only a boy when he arrived from beyond the southern seas, and barely a man before he united the ragged tribes of Ash. And having unleashed them upon the formidable Veldamark, he set his throne upon the ancient kingdom's ruins. The victory sent shockwaves around Valisthea, tales of Odin's might spreading through every court, parlor, and drinking hole in the realm. Note that this was in the year 843, and that the king still sits upon his throne some 40 years later, quite untouched by time. Waloed's recent inaction left many wondering if Odin had lost his appetite for war. And yet here we are. The Einherjar was committed to the fray, a bold declaration of intent. Orcs swarm around Drake's Fang, and throngs of Akashic haunt Canvas streets. Though how precisely the havoc they wreak serves Waloed remains unclear. Regardless, if the order to attack truly came from King Barnabas, then one thing is certain. Waloed has achieved the impossible, and made bedfellows of beastmen and the ether-addled alike. All of which is a roundabout way of saying that you will be in unknown territory when you set foot on Ash. Much of the continent has already been lost to the Blight, and what few ports remain will be fiercely guarded. And that is to say naught of its natural defenses. Offshore currents will cast an ill-equipped ship out to sea one moment, and dash it against the rocks the next. But then the Enterprise is anything but ill-equipped, and Mid has made land there before. Now, if only there were someone with an intimate knowledge of the Shadow Coast, and where a daring gentleman might put ashore. You see, Clive, you had the answer all along.
Do you think you can get us back to that beach, Mid?
Picked you up from it, didn't I? Not that it were easy. The currents were a right bastard. But then, if it wasn't hard, it wouldn't be worth doing, would it?
Well said. Thank you, Lady Vivian.
If a few morsels of common knowledge and a sprinkling of tavern talk are worthy of your thanks, I wonder what genuine intelligence might earn me.
Probably more visits. Mid, I need everyone in the ale hall now. I'll fetch Joshua from the shelves.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Clive, what is it that you wish to learn? One must understand one's place in the world.
我去呢度。
Very good.
治愈不死了啊！
Please, your grace, stay strong.
Ah, my Lord Marquis.
Yote, is anything the matter? You seem troubled. Perhaps I might be able to help.
My lord. Yes. Perhaps you might. It's your brother. His condition continues to worsen, though he does his best to hide it. The lesion on his chest pains him more with each passing day.
I had feared as much.
There are certain elixirs which can ease the suffering of those afflicted by the curse, but... But His Grace's case is severe. The drafts I have been able to prepare for him thus far have ceased to have any real effect. So I consulted with Talia and certain of my comrades among the Undying about the possibility of finding something stronger. And thankfully, a recipe was found. The only problem being that the critical ingredient is exceptionally hard to come by, and our supplies are almost exhausted. Unless we can secure more soon, your brother's anguish will likely become unbearable. My lord, I know that I have no right to make demands of you. But would you help? For Joshua's sake.
For Joshua, anything.
Thank you, my lord.
So, what is this critical ingredient?
A rare herb by the name of stonerwort. It grows only where the ether is densest. The vigor it stores in its stems helps to counteract the curse. We discovered a patch near the aqueduct in Rosaria. But alas, yet more ether has erupted from the earth there recently, leaving the whole area flooded. The search continues for a new source. One that we might reach without being turned.
So it's only that you can't reach it? The Stonerwort itself is unharmed by the flood?
Well, yes, but...
Then I shall go in your stead.
But, my lord...
You've yet to find another source, correct? So for now, the aqueduct is our best hope. Besides, I'm a dominant. The ether can't hurt me.
Well, if you're sure, my lord. Stonerwort is easily identified by its blood-red blooms. Search around the aqueduct, and you're sure to find some soon enough. I shall remain here and prepare the other ingredients. I had only thought to ask for your assistance in finding a new source of Stonerwort. But if you're
Run like the wind. Here's the aqueduct. Now to find our stonewort. Yote mentioned blood-red petals. Just my luck. I won't be making anything till they're gone. There's only one thing for it. Here it is. Better collect as much as I can before reinforcements arrive. Right. Do it. Let's get these back to you. Yote, I brought back all the stone and water I could find. Will this be enough?
Yes, my lord. Thank you. I'm sure it will serve us until we can find another source.
I'm very glad to hear it.
You and His Grace are very much alike, you know. You think only of how you might help others, and never of the danger to yourselves.
No more than you have minding my brother. You've risked a lot for him, and I thank you for it.
I am honored that you should say so. But I beg you, my lord, do not give too much of yourself for the sake of others. We could not afford to lose you.
I'll keep that in mind.
Covered in nicks and lumps, the lot of them. It's a wonder they can still walk.
Oh, don't tell me we've run out of pets. Still alive, are ya? Go on, then. It'd better all be here. You'll not find a better price than that. You're rubbing me blind, you know. Is that all?
I have no reason to assume other.
Clive, you must listen to this. Lawsman, tell him.
Do you recall when we spoke before on the divinity of Ultima? Well, it inspired me to delve deeper into the subject. And what I discovered appears to agree with the findings of His Grace.
You will recall that my quest to uncover Ultima's origins began with the mural at Phoenix Gate. But while I've always known it to be important, its secrets have heretofore eluded me. Now, however, I believe I know where to find the more complete example, one that will reveal all we seek.
Master Clive, have you ever in your travels chanced to hear of the Circle of Malleus? I would think not, few have. But there was once a time when the faith flourished, the oldest known religion in the Twins, and though its popularity eventually waned on Storm, hints of its dogma remain embedded in more modern faiths such as the Crystalline Orthodox.
Wait, you said it waned on Storm. What of Ash?
Religious monuments are often torn down or repurposed when new faiths rise to prominence. But if no new faith arose, then perhaps the ancient temples might still stand. And so, you see now why I must accompany you to Waloed.
It would appear the past still has much to teach us, though in this case, it would not have been possible without the musings of Moss. To think that you carried a copy of my old mentor's chronicles all along. I am relieved to discover it in good hands.
I shall guard it with my life.
Joshua, if you're finished here, join me in the ale hall. I need to speak to everyone before we leave.
Right away.
If it please your grace, might I one day...
Lyd said I could ride the Enterprise next. No, she didn't. She said I could.
My apologies.
By now you've all heard where we're going and why. So I won't bother you with the boring details, only the important ones. If we attempt to approach Stone here by sea, there's a good chance we'll be sighted and fall prey to the capital's artillery. So instead, we'll disembark on the southwest coast and make for Drake's Spine on foot. I say we, but it's highly likely the entirety of Ash is under the rule of Ultima. A large party would only attract unwanted attention, as well as slow our march and require supplies which may be difficult to obtain. Only Joshua and I will be going. And a scout. Preferably a good one. Gav, do you know of any?
You bet your ass I do. Might still borrow some of Lady Vivian's maps, though. Just in case, like.
Once you've dropped us off at the Shadow Coast, you need to retreat into neutral waters, fly merchant colors, and stay inconspicuous. If you sense any danger at all, you leave us behind and return to Storm.
Inconspicuous is my middle name. But like hell am I leaving anyone behind. The ship ain't going nowhere till your scurvy mugs are smiling on deck.
Jill, the Enterprise will appear a tempting target for Royalists and pirates alike. You're to stop anyone boarding.
Don't worry. I'll keep the ship and her crew safe. You'll be needing passage home, after all.
But... very well.
If there are no questions, I'll see you all at the docks.
Let me know when you're leaving. I want a word before you go.
Of course.
Thought I might grab myself a mug of Maeve's mead. Settle me stomach, you know, before we take...
佢一出咗應該做唔返呢啲 quest 啊。我覺得係，咁啊可能要清咗啲 quest 先得。 前篇啊有，我講唔鬼多。劍的決心啊，呢個先啦。
Doris should be somewhere nearby. Assuming she's still here.
The world seems to be changing so fast lately, I can hardly keep up.
Want to know how to tell if the world's going to rack and ruin? Look for busy blades.
I've got greens of all. Just because the heavens have gone to rack and ruin, it don't mean we have to. Now, let's get this stone set up.
Ah, Lord Rossfield. Don't look so surprised. I expect the Burning Quill already told you that the Undying have eyes everywhere, and mine just happened to be here in the rest.
Want to know how to tell if the world's going to rack and ruin? Look for busy bladesmiths.
It doesn't still hurt, does it?
Oh.
The people of the rest may seem to be in high spirits. I give them
It's been a pleasure, Doris. Just like old times.
I'll give your offer some thought, my lady.
How goes the investigation?
Sid, what brings you to Martha's Rest?
You. I heard you were out here on your own, tracking our slaver. I trust you're being careful.
Of course. And it had to be me. The bearers from the Dragon's Eyrie confirmed a long-held suspicion of mine that the slaver we've been tracking is an old acquaintance. She's no fool. If we'd come in force, she would have spotted us straight away, and then vanished without a trace.
That was her just now, wasn't it? So, was it a fruitful reunion?
I'd say so. She tried to recruit me. Seems her time in Rosaria is coming to an end. She's abducted bearers from across the region and is looking to smuggle them back into Sambrek. After her brush with those beastmen on the road to Northreach, she hired herself an Imperial escort, which she wants me to join. She's dangerous, Sid, but I think I can stop her.
Then I'm going with you. I'll take care of the escort. You can see the bearers to safety. Where are they?
The Baum Archers, soon to break camp. You go on ahead. I'll follow once I've sent word back to the hideaway.
咁遠啊，又係。
Good. They haven't broken camp yet. How did Doris come to know a slaver, I wonder?
We've waited long enough. She's not coming. Ready the bearers. We're leaving.
Back to civilization, is it, Mom?
With all haste, lest any of you lackwits start talking like these feckless bumpkins. I presume your men are ready. We've suffered too many delays as it is. Any more, and I'll be docking your pay.
Yes, Mom.
Oh, but before you go, it appears we have company. Kill him.
睇下邊個係老鼠。
You're welcome to try. So much for your escort.
You'll forgive me for not avenging my men. I'm not the swordswoman I used to be. I surrender. Do with me as you wish, Sid the Outlaw.
Sid.
Ah, Doris. I take it you're not here to rescue me from our brooding renegade? You know, I always wondered where you'd vanished to. But casting your lot with this criminal of all people.
Better fighting for a cause than killing for coin. I'm sorry, Sid. I should have told you sooner. This woman, my former master, once trained bearer children to be weapons in service of the highest bidder. She raised me like a daughter. And I did terrible things to earn her favor.
It wasn't all terrible, surely. We had our fun, too. You were always so eager to learn, and had such clever hands. All my other children took either to the blade or to the books. Always either or. But you
skip啦呢啲
proved yourself a How about it? My little dagger.
I never swore my blade to you. To liberate the bearers of this world. Farewell, Master. Thank you for making me the weapon I am.
You always were, or perhaps that's the reason I loved you so.
What do
you want to do with her?
I am not the killer she wanted me to be. Not anymore. And she no longer has friends in high places. The Dame does, though. Her connections at the Imperial Court will see that justice is done.
All right.
I am.
And I should head back to the hideaway and put...
我仲未 complete 㗎。
Welcome back, Sid. Doris's message just arrived. I hear you saved more bearers from being smuggled across the border.
With any luck, they'll be joining us in the hideaway shortly. Oh, and your letter. You don't need to worry about Doris anymore.
I'd been hoping as much. She mentioned one or two things in her report. So the slaver we'd been chasing all these months was her former master. Wish I'd known. She's been arrested, by the way, over in Sandbreak. Went quietly, or so we're told, and she won't be getting off lightly. The Empire may have no love for bearers, but it's none too easy for Doris.
I'm sure it wasn't.
I hope so. Suppose you had quite the past yourself before you came here. Anyway, thanks again, Sid. The Cursebreakers would be lost without Doris. And you, of course.
Keep up the good work, Cole.
我仲未升 level。哇，仲有咁多，要前篇唔做住啦，一陣先啦，後篇。
Do you have any fresh water?
呢度越走越遠咁樣。
Dry since the skies changed.
快跳啊！
You'll be pleased to know
that is good news.
Yes, but I still have much and more to prepare. You couldn't do me a quick favor.
What is it this time?
Nothing like that. I just need you to go over to the caravan, find out exactly how much.
All right.
Thanks, Clive.
What's happened? The guards at the gate.
Don't blame yourself. I know, but no buts about it.
Is something wrong?
Vonnie came to give me the talks with the Republican Army. They've reached an agreement with the Silver Peak Consortium. Though prices have fallen of late. But the consortium offered double what we...
You had no opportunity to make it?
None at all. And we...
Elle? I saw Vonnie leaving.
And with good reason.
But I thought we were the only... How did the consortium even find...
It's not so surprising. This isn't over. The I'm going to Randalar myself.
Alone?
Are you offering to be... How kind. You go to Cashlock. Even if I fail, someone needs to prepare the...
Oh, and that's... Well, look... From meeting the Silver Peak... She'll never join them after this. She means to stay...
You have to trust her.
You're right. And if Elle's off fighting for the cause, so I bid you farewell. I'll gather my men and leave for Cashlock. You go to Randalar and see if you can stop my sister biting the...
I'll do my best.
Let's go.
Right. To Randalar then.
喺邊度先？我呢度。
And better not keep Eloise waiting. What I wouldn't give for a hot meal.
Looks like this is the end of the road for us.
When are they gonna let us through?
Ready, go? safe.
我頂跟，我以為跟到嚟添。
I hope I didn't keep you waiting. Did you arrange to speak?
Here they are now.
You wish to consult with me?
I did. It's about the... We had all but finished making...
You misunderstand. It was only our regard for you that kept us from bidding, and so we resumed our business.
I did not hesitate. What is done is...
Alas, we rarely take on such. The bearers belonged.
Who is your buyer?
A trader from across the water. A most demanding fellow, if it's any. He insisted the bearers be fed, dressed. That's what you get.
I wouldn't know.
Oh yes, the culture on the continent is... They pay good money for bearers, not fit for the knacker's yard.
That does sound unusual. No matter then. And with it, my interest in joining your...
My associates will be...
I'm sorry you weren't.
As am I. But he was right. The Silver Peak Consortium did intend to... Their representative hinted at a... I feigned interest in joining them in the hope he might be in... As soon as he left, I sent...
So you never...
No. I entertained the consort. I was a fool to think they wouldn't find out.
You tried.
I did. And they deserved more. I wanted so bad.
Eloise! Eloise! Word from Cashlock. The village is under attack. A pack of beasts have come down from the mountains, and there's a dragon at its head. Theo and the other, they need help.
Theo!
I'll go on ahead.
Thank you, Clive. I'll gather some men and join you.
Go go go！ 唔好再講咁多嘢。
Hold on, Theo. I'm coming.
呢度啊？咦？
Let's go. Run like the wind.
你住呢度。
That'll do, pal.
What's the situation?
Where's Theodore?
Upriver! He led the dragon that way to keep it from the village, but the whole area is flooded with ether.
We just have to pray he makes it out in one piece.
I can do better than that.
"呢度啊？由呢度穿過去啊？
「
屌，阻鬼住晒。
Damn it. The ether's too thick. These creatures have already turned. I can't waste any more time. I need to find Theodore before that dragon does.
哇，咁大條
This thing's turned as well.
哦
This isn't going to be easy. Too slow.
你落嚟啦你！屌又打空氣。What the fuck？ 屌啊！哦，哇！呢條龍易打過頭先嗰隻 S 級好多，升 level 啦。
Theodore, you had me worried for...
哦，又變埋
We have to get you out of here.
咩亞卡體唔知乜。
I think it might be a little too late for that.
吸得太多 Eva 啦佢。
Bearer or no, there's only so much ether a man
哦，
can take.
即係唔殺佢都唔得啦。
Just wouldn't let me leave. You have my thanks, Sid, for finishing what I could not. For keeping Elle's dream.
Theodore!
已經冇咗理智人性啦。拔劍啦！
Don't make me do this.
Stop it, Theo! Stop!
Stay back, Eloise! He's turned. And so will you! Theodore.
Take care
自
of my sister.
自己死。
Wait.
Goodbye, Elle.
哦。 成日都一段時間後。
Thank you, Clive. I think I'll be all right now.
That was true bravery he showed. Leading the dragon away from the village like that. His first instinct was always to protect people. To put others' well-being before his own.
And now he's gone. Because I sent him to that place, against his will.
It wasn't against his will. He was ready to do whatever it took to show you he could stand on his own. So that you would finally be free to live your own life.
To live my own life. He never could come to terms with the choice I made.
What exactly happened? You once told me Theo was the first bearer you ever helped.
哇，應該仲有排講啦，快跳啦！
We grew up in Canva, and I was chosen to inherit the family. I had my father's head for figures, you see. A late bloomer. They For unlike most bearers, it wasn't until his 15th. My parents tried to drive him out of the house before they could.
Theo told me something else. He clearly had, but he said you deserved a better life than this, just as you freed him from his.
I would be lying if I said I had not. How much easier my life might have been if I hadn't devoted myself to the family. But I have never. Being with my brother meant more to me than I only had to look at him to remind myself of that night. He was never a burden. If anything, I was the one.
You weren't, Eloise. That he had always been grateful to you for saving him. And that he wanted to repay you by letting you live. Neither you nor Theo weighed each other down. You did whatever was necessary to continue. You always would have.
You're right. It was so we could be together. Oh, Theo. I know Theo wanted me. We can make a difference here. I need nothing more from... So I'll carry on, bringing smiles and to Theo's. This is the life I have chosen.
I've made a choice of my own to continue helping you, however.
Thank you, Clive. Let's go on together, then. The Crimson Caravans is my family business now, and I would not exchange it for the world.
哇，做咁多啊！前篇啊，應該呢啲好快嘅，呢啲應該。
So Dravost is still standing. For now, at least.
Would you like to see my wares? Go safely now.
Clive!
And the Akashic?
Mostly off to the north still. But I spoke to Doris's... Told old Snotty to be ready to seal the north gate. Enough for the villagers to barricade.
Well done.
Welcome back. I'd never have guessed, you know. Not if August hadn't let... Who'd have thought that the safe keen to help us out again?
I am.
Thought you could sneak off without me, did you?
Blackthorn.
Oh, what?
One of the scouts couldn't keep his voice, unlike my best mate. So then, long enough for us two to turn into a pair of old cooks.
That your idea of an apology?
Don't listen to him. You only did what you...
But that ain't the whole of it. Vulcan, he left it to me. The best blacksmith in Dravost. But... bloody stupid tradition, in my opinion. If someone's got talent, you should let them practice. Our master wasted half his life.
So you wasted half of mine instead.
You're what Dravost needed. Under me and my precious ideals, this place wouldn't have lasted. I may be a selfish prick, but
What you had to do was your duty!
even if it meant we all starved?
Enough. This is no time. You can finish beating each other up.
Fine.
Yeah.
Sorry, Clive. Short enough on time as it is. Still, give us a mo. You,
快啲啦！
Right you are. Might be worth having... Don't want any nasty... Oh, and...
嗰啲雜魚嚟嘅啫，唉。
How close are they?
Within sight of the wall. They'll wash right over us if we stay out in
大
the
型
open.
魔物。
We'll put...
Good idea.
Understood.
I'm prepared to fight it.
Well, let's hope you don't. Once the scouts are inside, no heroic last stands, you hear me?
August's right. I've seen what Akashic. The people here are tough and willing.
I'm going out there. Start work on the gate as soon as I've left.
And if they kill you?
You evacuate. But it won't come to that. I promise. Take good care of Dravo.
Leave it to me. And
我一個都可以打晒啦。
All right. Which one of you's first?
食個道具先。快啲！收皮。
Is that it?
我仲有。
Apparently not.
哇！我呢隻啊，呢隻14都有喎，14嗰隻。
You're not getting past me.
當有8藥先，108秒，72秒。我呢個我記得係2.0嗰個光武係打呢隻嘢嘅。屌！ 收皮啦！
Now the question is, did I miss any?
Man alive! You're still in one piece!
I slew as many as I could.
As many as I could, he says. The old bleeding lot, more like it. Well, almost.
Only almost.
Yeah, one or two did try.
Good.
In time, yeah.
Sid, enough to give the... but mostly...
I'm afraid I've only done... There's no getting rid of that ether flood, meaning that any living thing which stumbles into those mines...
And that's if the flood don't spread. I hate to say it, but the village is dazed.
That may be. With ether floods springing up all over, we'll fortify the gates, and I'll see that they're guarded day and...
All right. Then we'll give you a hand.
As for you, Blackthorn, that's twice you've turned up when Dravos needed you, so...
I shouldn't have stayed away.
Too bloody right. I always... You leaving gave me the perfect excuse, and from that day on, I never want you to have been the death of the...
Finally, something we can agree on. I hope you see the sense of it eventually.
Alive, perhaps. Wealthy even, but... Our work used to be the pride of Dalmekia. Now, we churn out the same... It's not about the craft, I wouldn't send my sons to war wearing this. I've kept working, honing my skills. The average castle apprentice has as much... Come back to us, Blackthorn. I'll even man those bellows of yours if it means we can work at the same forge again.
That's a kind offer. There's people who trust their lives to my steel. But that doesn't mean I couldn't visit from... Let's see if we can't rekindle this town's passion.
I'd like that.
Just be sure to tell Snotty to let me in the next time I come calling.
Blackthorn. I never thought I'd see the day.
I'd say that went pretty well, wouldn't you?
Even better than I'd hoped.
Sid, I've got something for you.
武器啊！
And this is?
A token of our lasting gratitude.
哦，可以入村。
However, designs for a certain sword have been
傳
passed
說
down
之劍啊！
to chief for generations.
Now hold on, Sultan. There's a reason no one's made that blade in centuries. There's not been a craftsman equal to the task. I'll admit your cinders make impressive steel, and I've learned to hone an edge Odin would be proud of. But the engravings on that thing are enough to make a jeweler cry. And they're not just for show, either.
Have you forgotten what brought you back to Dravozd in the first place? Hmm? A certain ring? I knew I'd never surpass you with the hammer and tongs. Between the two of us.
Clive, you wouldn't mind if Sultan came back to the Hideaway, would you?
As long as he can keep our secret.
Right. Sultan, get you...
With a little help from Blackthorn, I don't see why we can't restore Dravozd to its
傳
former
說
glory.
之劍即係勁嘢啦！既然講得傳說之劍，
Ah, the man himself.
We were just about to make a start on that sword I promised you.
It's funny, but none of this would have been possible without your help.
又要打材料啦。
You remember Camille? We'll be using his level work for the grip. The steel, meanwhile, will be tempered in a fire, burning the cinders you charmed out of old Zoltan here. And that whetstone from the Outer Isles, that'll be what gives the blade its edge. And the final flourish will be my talented colleagues engraving.
A team effort led by the greatest blacksmith alive.
Now, save that talk till the thing's finished, yeah? Right. I'm ready if you are.
To the bellows it is then.
咁順利，唔使自己去打材料，咁順攤。
me. We actually did it.
黑蒙蒙嘅把劍。
The sword to end all swords.
諸神黃昏。
Ragnarok.
It's quite something.
I trust you'll take good care of it.
Thank you. Both of you.
So, does this make you pair the greatest craftsmen alive, then?
This? Nah. This was just following the footsteps of the greats of old. It'll take more than that to earn us our place in history. But we're up for the challenge. Here.
A list of materials.
我屌，仲要打材料。
Not talking on the long road back from Dravost. We reckon with those items there.
傳說級的材料，我係咁順攤添。
Something worthy of a legendary outlaw like yourself.
That's a weapon I'd like to see. You leave this list with me.
超越傳說啊！黐線。
One legend at a time, eh, lads? Before you start on the next, who fancies raising a cup to friendship reforged?
Good idea. No more drinking to forget my past.
唔知夠唔夠時間打主線添，做埋嗰啲 side quest。
Then tap the kegs! Vulcan's boys are on their way!
未必夠時間啦，今日。325，我即係打材料，可能再升 level。記載武器最神選落，眾神選落解鎖。300幾咋，都係咁 cheap 咋。
What do I owe the honor? I never thought me and Zoltan would ever speak again, and if it hadn't been for you, if it... So what'd it be?
我375，我依家295，哦。力量足以討伐神底亞的劍啊！設計作為超越諸神黃昏的終極之劍，並採用最上等的材料鍛造而成。這把劍標榜着神之時代的終結，蘊含了人類抵抗神使的旨意啊！好啊，勁喎！黃色嘅喎 ，Legendary 喎。要咩材料啊？諸神黃昏、奧利哈幹、黑幹、原始笛。哦，呢啲應該係可能打 Bounty 啲啊，呢啲。
Anything else?
No need to thank me for
Do you reckon we finally got to the bottom of Blackthorn's troubles then?
哦，已經有一把。哦，咁嗰把要咩啊？我即係其實我已經，佢幫我自己整咗，唔使打材料㗎啦。哦，再勁啲，375，我嗰把書神黃昏，佢個眾神選落，哦。
Anything else?
被譽為傳說的劍，其名取自灰燼大陸的神話，意思自召喚獸的大戰將會讓世界面臨末日，是布萊克 索恩和佐以坦合力鍛造的極品，勁啊！諸神黃昏，睇下有冇其他嘢整。
Sang fortune, dear.
呢啲又冇乜特別。啊，算啦，我應該仲爭，我仲有咁多兩個前篇。哦，即係如果我唔做呢個 Blacksmith 嗰啲任務，應該就冇呢把神兵。即係其實都有用嘅呢啲 side quest， 唔係話完全廢嘅。啊，呢塊跳算啦。
Since all is absolutely and firmly at the just as
You alone. They're going to make him the.
it's the but if. Speaking of men, maybe a rather worrying. May there indeed. I'm afraid the example Conrad and Nat and they have formed and they grow.
We'll fight them all, won't we, Lou?
Of course we. The longer we avoid our best hope by finding those perhaps. How could I refuse? Thank you, Mike. Victor will fill you in on the particular. I have him stationed by the desert gate. I'll go and speak with him.
What's the difference between a law
喺邊先？我咁近咋？
and a mayor?
The League of Outlaws. Sounds like we have some competition. Still in Dalamil.
Ah, Sid.
I thought you'd have returned to Cost.
I did. I've developed something, and having worked so hard, a sentiment must...
You're not the only.
What is it?
He asked for my aid, and he said that you might be.
Then you've come at just the right. There are more camps in the... But we must strike.
All right.
There's one upriver.
Leave it with me.
Let's go, let's go。去邊啊？咁遠啊！
Those ne'er-do-wells want to back.
That must be the camp Victor mentioned. Come on then, Toggle.
That's him! The one who kills Lot and Fingers! Take his head off!
《諸神黃昏》。 補血都冇用啦。
I'd better let Victor know.
Sid, where are you? Ah, I see the banners in...
No, but... That's not why you're...
No. Something's happened.
What is it?
The whole town's in... saying that Lubor What? Seems that one of our parties wasn't some of the children when Luke without a creep.
But that's not...
It is. If he has, well, I wouldn't still.
Fuck.
I don't know where we...
You're right.
And now, everyone, I made it a habit to keep a crystal close at hand for, well,
We're sorry, Luke, but we just...
there's nothing to be said. All that matters to me...
Look at him talk.
All lies, I'll wager.
Once people make up their mind, we need to do something. Convince the people not to let their prejudices...
You're right.
I'm glad you agree. I'm a Dalmec born and bred. They listen to me. You head to make They know, Lord.
I'll do what I can. Lubor, I can't promise any...
And that is...
Why are you taking the bearer's side?
Why do they always have to make such a fuss?
I knew all along that he was...
Forgive me for disturb...
I've seen your face before.
As have I, Lord Underhill.
That's right.
The rumors...
He'll never be mayor now.
But what of his wares? In this, at least, he's done the town as...
Leniency? He pretended to be one of us when he was...
I'm sorry, my lord, but he lied to us. He lied...
So what do you propose? Will you try?
Perhaps. That is a question for the people of... And they will thank you.
The townsfolk have made their minds up. There was nothing I could do.
Nor I.
You never know.
All right.
Why the hell would Victor take the bearer's side?
I assumed...
There's still hope.
But perhaps not in this lifetime, I think.
You mustn't think like that, Lu. We'll talk some sense.
No. And your efforts...
But Lubor...
Rosina, that still doesn't yourself be... Rather, Naira, but I do not, and so must I be. And now, I must embrace my new role of... For only united can they hope to stand against the... I'll need to make a...
Don't go, Lubor. You're the only one will be all alone.
Trust me, little ones. It is for the...
How could it possibly be for the least you can do?
I would not take it, Vic.
Over, you say. And so just like that, you're going to throw this town. I thought you were better than this, but it seems you had me fooled as well.
Victor.
Forget it. Do what you will.
You sure you're making the right choice, Lubor?
Of those available to me, I believe it's... but where are my manners? Right then.
If there's anything I can...
I'll...
話要 hea 機添 ，save 咗先。之後應該仲爭一個啊，等下先。我兩個，又係前篇。
Lord Rosfield, is there...
Perhaps. Have you learned anything of note
快
since
啲
last we
跳
spoke?
咗去算。
Little unless.
I see.
Be assured, however, that we will, even now, our archaeologians scour...
Fallen ruins, I take it.
Indeed. Ultima's thralls are oft cited among the remnants as if protecting the secrets concealed.
Secrets we'd see unearthed.
Should our method, mayhap it would please you to observe.
Would that be possible?
Of course. A survey is being conducted. Perchance you are familiar with Kretov. I was due to visit if you would consent to do so in...
All right.
They will be... Might I suggest you take the... It will lead you straight to the village.
Thank you.
I wish you a safe journey, my lord.
哇！你冇遠啲，呢度過唔到，只有呢度行啦。
Run like the wind. Easy.
我屌！仆街啊！你真係唔想死，你真係想死啊！仆街！我走啊你！我頂你個肺啊！
Let's go. Fly, Ambrosia.
咦？屌！又翻轉頭乜鬼？你媽！
This won't be easy.
我屌！又係咁樣，你老闆啊！喂，玩嘢啊！ 又係咁樣。
Run like the wind. Where's my take?
呢度。路過咋，唔好打我啊！ 係啱咩？
Thanks, girl.
我應該打唔到主線啦，唔夠時間。清埋嗰兩個 side quest 算啦，聽日先繼續打主線啦。
You'll pay for this. May still be survivors.
盾都打爆你啊！
whatever that thing is. And say it's their leader.
What the fuck?
Nice try. Too slow. There you go. That's better. Should have stayed in the past. These must be Cyril's colleagues.
You have our thanks, stranger.
Who are you?
Ah, forgive me, my lord. I did not recognize you. We are archaeologians, tasked thanks to them, and...
You call that a mercy? Your brothers might still be alive. Surely this survey wasn't worth done.
We are charged with uncovering a duty of the highest...
And you think your dead brothers would agree with you too?
I know they would. They gave their... Now, to what do we...
Cyril told me of your work here. And
I see. That is most kind. May the firebirds fly...
It's one thing to lay down your life for another. But for a survey... I suppose I'd better get this back to Cyril.
Ah.
Yeah.
My thanks. I shall study them.
Cyril, losses which were these your...
No. Every Undying devotes his...
Even when...
My lord, the Undying have served the Phoenix. We live to serve the Phoenix.
Cyril, but allow me to offer you a word of advice. It does not further the cause of the Phoenix to have his... Provide your survey parties with an escort. Think not only of how you can serve the Phoenix. Please.
I thank you for your... If you will permit me to respond, and we of the Undying, as first shield to the Phoenix.
I do.
Then we are of the same mind.
Take a look at my wares. Anything else? Of course. A fine choice. Of course.
中裝睇下先，應該揸住一個 quest 就清晒。睇下先，呢度冇。呢度崩塌的牆壁，哦，呢度嗰間夜總會。
The High Card Dominion's all but done for.
That's what I heard.
And it's lucky we stayed here.
Was that shouting I heard from the barracks?
And you're just gonna fall into line?
What else can I do?
I don't trust this Duke. If we're not careful, he'll undo all the Den's hard work.
Oh, Clive. What am I to do? My wards and I may soon be without a home.
What's happened?
The High Cardinal has descended from...
The High Cardinal?
Leader of the Council of Elders. Not that any of those things still exist. Now he goes by his noble title. The Duke of...
And what does he want with Northreach?
He wants to transform it, a foundation upon which to build anew. He's already secured the support of the various...
He would rob the populace to pay for it.
Believe me, I have used every means of persuasion to...
What does Captain Philippe make of this? When the town was under attack, it was him that...
How? By speaking out against a man whose stated aim is to revive the captain can offer them a regular supply of gruel. No. Given the mood around town.
And who could blame them?
Clive, would you appeal to for your services to Northreach? And unlike Philippe, well...
I'll see what I can do.
Thank you, Clive.
Tell me then, in the garrison?
Overseeing the troop.
All right. I may have met this Duke before, at the Remembrance Ceremony. Let's hope I didn't make a strong impression.
It's not only control of the garrison.
Well, what do you think?
What do I think? I think if we followed his lead, the town wouldn't stand a chance.
We already have a leader in the Dane.
Halt! Oh, sorry about that. You're the dame's man, aren't you? You got some business with the captain?
No, actually. With the Duke. I was hoping I might be able to speak with him.
We're under orders not to let any civilians, but you should be all right. His Eminence has heard. Wait here. I'll go and ask.
So, you are the sellsword who lent his aid to the garrison, and I shall see it repaid. But tell me, is it wealth that you seek?
Neither, Your Eminence. I thought only to inquire.
Ah, you are worried the expanded garrison will render your services redundant. Yet you needn't be. Pride of place, in fact, no more.
Why here, Your Eminence?
The town has been fortunate enough to escape largely unscathed from the recent troubles, which is more than can be said for... The Empire wants for a capital, and I believe North... with Caer Norvent as her citadel. Once we have seen, we need only build a wall around both to Plans are already underway for the soon enough. These thralls...
I fear you underestimate how dangerous these creatures are, Your Eminence. Should they return in force, you will need all the people of Northreach to come together in defense of the town. Something they may be loath to do if they've been deprived of their world.
The people will do as their leaders command. If Sandbreck is to be rebuilt, one whose authority is... That is why this levy is necessary. So that any man who wishes to join the army might do so and be fed out... And yet, there are those who persist in peddling the...
I suspect that...
Precisely. The common folk have little and less. You would sow the seeds of your...
Sabine,
Yes! And I told you then how putting the Empire before...
Without an empire, there are no citizens.
And in your... Is that what Griga wills for her people?
Do not take her name in vain, Sabine.
I'll come back later.
I'll come back later.
A citizens' revolt. I wonder what the people really think of the Dukes. It wouldn't hurt to ask them, I suppose. Let's begin with those on the other
我
side of
仲
the
要
wall.
問咁多人，3個，
One at a time.
我仲要去翻呢度。
I've been hearing a lot of talk.
Nothing good, I'll wager. Going around acting, and with hardly a word to the dame.
I take it you'd rather...
As far as I'm concerned, just need his...
The Dominion's all but done for. And it's lucky we stayed here.
That so-called Duke is asking too much.
All right there. What is it you're after, sir?
Just your opinion, actually. I wondered what you thought of...
Not much. It's thanks to nobles like him that we had to... And now he's trying to drive us out completely. Threatening to take... If the dame said she wanted him run out of town.
Was that shouting?
And to think, I could be lying under a pile of rubble in Twin...
A question, if you don't... What do you think of the Duke of Oriflamme?
Don't get you build a life for yourself somewhere. If he thinks his name and his chains will do whatever it takes.
Well, the people seem united enough. What about...
啊，玩嘢喎！翻完呢度又要入翻去。
soldiers?
要兩頭走。
Do you think he was the only one who survived? And you're just gonna fall into line? What else can I do?
Excuse me, do you have a moment? I wondered if you'd mind sharing your thoughts on the Duke of Oriflamme.
Well, I mean, look around us. You can... The traders might not like... I think the Duke's got a point when he says... And if that means...
It's not only control of the garrison he wants.
We already have a leader in the Dame. One at a time now. There's enough for...
You. You're the one who was talking to His Eminence.
On the Dame's behalf, yes. What do you think of his plans?
I'm a soldier, mate. Listen, I've got nothing but respect for the Dame. But I've got a family to look at. That's where my loyalties lie. If the Duke can get us some men and...
Sabine, you are embarrassing me.
You're embarrassing yourself.
I hear the Duke of Oriflamme plans to turn this town into some sort of fortress. Do you think that's a good idea?
It's not for me. All I know is that unless the Emperor orders... Look, no one likes all these... Once Sandbreck is back on it...
Let's see what Philippe makes of all this.
我之後仲要去啊！我頂佢個肺，仲要行。
A whole day to dry some...
Welcome back. Wraiths give you any trouble?
None worth me.
Captain, do you have a moment?
For you? Certainly. Clive, wasn't it? Thank you for last time. How can I help you?
I wanted to ask you about the Duke of Oriflamme. Do you intend to go along with his plan?
But to tell you the truth, I'm in two minds. It's my sworn duty as a captain of
Philippe, I remember you saying that you became...
That's right.
Well...
And she's probably right. Thank you, Clive. Protecting the people I love is what matters. Well, duty calls. Thanks again.
It seems Philippe wants to do the right thing at least. I expect Isabel will be pleased to hear that.
冇啦，冇啦，冇啦，應該去到呢度。
Clive, were you able to speak?
I was.
呢個前篇啫喎，仲有後篇呢？
So Northreach is to be... Well, it will certainly help to hold back the thrall, though I doubt it will come as much consolation. They deserve to be heard, Clive. To have a say in this...
Sadly, His Eminence values their obedience. I fear he sees the people, needless to say, they themselves are of a different opinion, and would rather their dead soldiers, meanwhile, are content to follow their... And not just because of the Duke's rank.
I thought as much. Had I sworn to protect Sambrek? I thank you for trying.
I don't know about that.
What happened to your uniform?
I handed it in, along with my resignation. Told the lads I wished them well, but that I owe it...
Why?
Because I realized what really matters to me. Not following some nobleman's or protecting Northreach. I honestly don't know when though, but I'm certain they're not. And when they do come back, we need to stand with you to lead us. It was you who finally... There's no point following...
Indeed.
All of us, standing together. That has always... We have only to thank you, Philippe.
Anything. Speaking of standing together, I fear His Eminence has lost...
Not at all.
Wouldn't be the first.
There may be hope for Northreach yet. Especially with men. I, for my part, shall continue to work upon the... But I suspect I shall have to call upon your aid again. Until then, Clive.
Until then...
應該做晒啦。啲 side quest 應該都可能夠打，會唔會啊？嗰條路，不過算啦，聽日先再打啦。冇啦，清晒啦啲 quest。你多咗個 bounty 喎。睇埋呢個就聽日先繼續啦。
Welcome to the Patron's Whisper. Here you are. Best of luck out there, Sid.
Fancy a look at the list, do you?
冇啦，係啊，清晒啦。
Always something in there.
呢條龍，呢度又係 S 級喎，三頭魔獸。象龍象也像獅子，即係頭先打我嗰隻。咁我唔玩啦。
How do you split the sea, you reckon?
I reckon we're better off not knowing.